Hello, hello, beautiful people of the internet. Hello, Roxanne, it's me, the Chaucer, Igladub, Chilean Raider, Master Maticus, Pink Unicorn Lover, Bruleza, and LV Trisha. Welcome, welcome, one and all. Let's get this party started. A surprise early morning stream. Nice shirt. Oh yeah, this is a new shirt. Thank you. Got it from a church rummage sale. I remain a cheap bastard after all these years. Okay. Last we left off, we got some nice bonuses for the team. We've started just doing a little bit of fighting noble armies. We fought a couple merc groups, gained some nice gear from them, things that are helping push the momentum for the team. Yeah, blue is a good color for ghost white skin. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, blue is a good color. Blue's a good color for like pale white skin tones. Much like light pink is a great color for darker skin tones. Personal opinion, but you know, tends to work. But yeah, we've got some kite shields and heater shields, which we can use to great effect. We've got a few nice weapons. The team is fully in like Raider gear armor, and we're in good shape. Yeah, pink is like the worst color for me. Pink or light yellow, like canary, I look like an idiot. It's not good. So yeah, hopefully no surprise noble ambush. So we're in a good spot. We've got a lot of money. We've got a decent buildup of like tools and medical supplies. So this stream's gonna be like nice and chill. We're not gonna do anything too crazy. Hopefully I actually stick to that. We'll see. And yeah, it's we'll see how this goes. I actually don't remember which direction I was traveling at the end of the previous stream, whether I was going like north or south at the time. It would be good to keep going the same direction, whatever that was. But realistically, I like this little intersection here where these three paths meet together. So we're gonna keep basically farming this. We've got a good thing going, and even though it's, you know, a little bit samey, it is the safest. And so we're gonna keep this momentum going. Looks like the mercs were going south, so we must have been going north based on these footprints. Let's just do that. Hello, Dread Spider. Ooh. Fresh Briggy fight. This is a pretty good one for us, actually. You think every color goes well with black skin? I don't know. I don't think so. Like dark blues or browns or things like that aren't nearly as like striking as like light pink or canary type colors. At least amongst like, I don't know, friends and people I've known. But depends on the individual, I suppose. Let's see. I didn't unequip things at the end of the last fight, it looks like. So actually, let's go ahead and do that. We don't really need to fix up these weapons. What else do I not need to fix up? This guy. I'm okay repairing this armor. Aesthetic Gabe, thank you for the sub. Appreciate that. Okay, yeah, I think the rest of the gear, like if we repair these pikes a little bit, I think that's fine. Honestly, we're pretty okay with keeping these topped off. We're gonna be using these for a long time. So what's our tools situation at now? Okay, that's not too bad. So let's follow these briggies. I don't really want to fight them in like weird terrain. Hopefully they come chase us. I don't know that they will. I'd rather fight them in hills than forest. And fighting them at night is fine. We're gonna leave our kite shield set up. Ooh, another bonus group of briggies? Oh, blessed day. Let's fight these ones first, since these are running into the forest. When will we be thinking about doing the abandoned village? You know, honestly, probably not too long from now. I think once we get nimble, we'll be in a good shape for doing it. One of your greatest hurdles is to have a hard time knowing what matches what. You struggle to figure out what matches khaki, so every time you get dressed for a date, it's a major ordeal for you. You end up just doing black or blue. I mean, I think that's fine. Like, I don't know, I'm not much of a fashionista. Like, I'm just not. But in general, my personal preference for things just in life is I like contrast. So, you know, if you do have like khaki as a color on the lower part of your body, wearing black or blue seems like a good call to me. Probably not the right person to ask, but you know, makes sense to me. All right, I think I agree with my choice on these weapons. I think I like how I've got the team arranged. The only thing you know for sure is to match the shoes and the belt. Yeah, I don't know that like, it's probably good advice to follow, but I don't know that it actually matters like that much. Insane Killer, thank you for the sub. Appreciate that and appreciate the continued support. All right, let's do this. Let's fight some Brigands. This is like a King of the Hill kind of situation. Okay. Yeah, they've got great terrain. So I think probably what we'll do is we'll back up to this. We've got ranged advantage, so they'll chase us. We don't have Pathfinder on very many bros though, so that's too bad. We talking style? Isn't this a group of nerds? Well, yeah. LV Trisha, thank you for the Prime sub. Hey, we hit our 69 subs. Nice. You love to see it. You love to see it. Isn't that a two-handed sword? Have you ever used that before? Yeah, so this is a long sword. It'll be a good weapon for us, actually. We're pretty happy to see a long sword. Not even on purpose? Well, still, nice. All right, so we're gonna back up. They might have throwing weapons, which might make this sort of suck. But they'll still consider us to have ranged advantage, so it'll be fine. So we're gonna back up as far as we can. I guess we should get Kaj Z1 to like here. They might not have any throwing weapons. Such a thing is possible, of course. And let's put Lionheart here. Maybe put Blaster Decimo here, Choppy Cat there. Seems alright. Let's go here just in case they've got throwing weapons. Still a little bit paranoid about that. Could do some big damage to us if we're not prepared properly. Hey, Lionheart. 89, yeah, run's still going. Run's still going. Living the dream. Let's see. If they don't have throwing weapons, I'd rather be here. If they do have throwing weapons, I'd rather be here. Let's roll on the assumption that they do just for now. Haha, so just one? Okay. He's got a pretty good vantage point to throw them, which sucks. We would like to get these throwing weapons, so that's, you know, that would be ideal. So we're just going to hope that they drop. I've thought about any sub badges would be fun to do, like Peasant, Brigand, Mercenary, etc. Lionheart89, thank you for the Prime sub. Yeah, actually, that's a great idea. I'm gonna write that down. Right next to my 9 lives emote that I have written down. I think sub badges is a really good idea. It's kind of fun. I like that in other places when I've had one. or like moments badges. You know, I was there when Baylor Lord broke some streak like years ago in Slay the Spire. And so it's like, I still have that badge when I interact in chat. It's kind of cool. I should do stuff like that. Can't wait for the 9 live spam in chat. Oh yeah, I mean that's the idea. All right, so I think I'm gonna keep just retreating. We're gonna get all the way up to this high ground. We might end up needing to eat a single Jav. We'll see if we can avoid that, but whatever. We could do them in the style of the Brigand. Oh man. These are fun ideas. So I could probably put Blaster DCmo and Choppy Cat here and here. I think those are good hexes for them. We mostly just really want the throwing weapons to be thrown at bros who have kite shields. That's the only real main important thing here, basically. Put squigs here. Yeah, and enemies start to act real weird when you claim high grounds. Especially like briggies or things like that. Bloxor, yeah. Yeah, my wife and her family are out like garage sailing today. Which is like the most miserable thing I can imagine. For myself. Obviously, they're gonna have a great time. So I was like, you know what? Let's play some Battle Brothers. Not delusional, hello, hello. High ground gives +10, right? So do enemies rate high morale status the same as being on high ground? Oh, as in like, do they give morale? So Zyalin64, I guess I don't know exactly how you're asking the question or what you mean by that, but when enemies evaluate whether you have a true ranged unit or a half ranged, these are the actual like terms in the code, they look at the brother's net effect ranged skill, and I believe take into account whether they are confident or have high ground. And if it is, I think 45 or higher, it's been a hot minute since I've looked at this, and they have a range of 6 or more, they're considered a full ranged unit from the evaluation of, you know, when they're looking at the battlefield to consider whether they have ranged advantage or not. So high ground, I believe, anyway, does influence that. Not sure if that's really what you're asking, but that's a fun little factoid. Current skill with bonuses and morale counts? I think so. I could be wrong on that though, so I wouldn't take that as like gospel, but I believe so. Yeah. Basically equip bows on everyone? No, because if they don't have 45 range skill, they're not gonna evaluate it the same way. Though a ranged weapon as a quick hands, you know, thing is still pretty useful. Just for its intrinsic benefits. An early Slurgy stream blessed, indeed, Fulio1. I suppose especially for those who are residing in Europe, this is like, you know, normal early evening or whatever. And the dogs are gonna bark randomly during the stream because anytime my wife is gone, they think any sound could be her coming home. I know, so unfortunately that'll be there. Oh, we get a fun Fun emote for the hype train. Cool. Thanks, thanks all. Having ranged weapon just to make the AI think its ranged unit could be considered cheese? I don't think so, because, I mean, I don't know. I think it's fine. There's a huge opportunity cost to doing so, like a huge opportunity cost. So, generally speaking, I'm not going to do that because I want to use all of the backpack slots. They have more value for other things rather than making it look like you have ranged advantage. So I don't think I don't really think of it as particularly cheesy. Yeah, inventory slots are absolutely not free. Like, the ranged weapon is not worth it, is the thing. That's why I don't do it. So I can't consider it cheese if I like strategically don't want to do it because it's not good. Like, or it just doesn't provide enough value. Maybe not good is a slight overstatement, but. All right, that guy put the jabs away. You love to see it. All right, so we can get some free hits on this guy. Probably just take him out. You love to see it. Hell yeah. See you later, nerd. So let's see, we'll probably shoot at this guy. Yeah, and let's get to this edge tile. And we're gonna prevent this Brigand Raider from being able to make his way up. I wouldn't really call that an exploit of the game's mechanics, Pink Unicorn Lover. I really wouldn't. Like, I don't know. I'm about as anti-cheese as they get with my own way I play the game relative to a lot of other people. And I not only don't consider it cheese, I don't even consider it worth it. So it's really not gonna make almost any difference. Again, because the unit's gonna, if it doesn't have good range skill, the enemy will not evaluate it as a true ranged unit. In the AI evaluation, the half-ranged unit doesn't have nearly as much impact. They think of it as bait. It's already programmed in. It's really not an exploit, in my opinion. So I wouldn't worry about it. What country am I from? I'm from the US. Okay, so he pulled the jabs back out. Interesting. Your condolences? We won't say anything positive or negative about anyone being from anywhere. Here. There are problems with a lot of places in this world. That gets way too easy to border on political discussions that I just don't want to have here. So I'm not an informed enough person to have those. That's one of the main reasons. So let's not go there. All places have their upsides and downsides. Only joking? Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. I mean, we'll keep it as only joking. Except Italians. Just Italian food. Oh shoot, I used up all this fatigue. Yeah, and I may incidentally break the rule a little bit. Try not to. Trash adapting with 45 range attack bros makes a nice mousetrap with that cheese though. Fair enough, that's true. That's true. You guys use cheesy a lot and you don't know what to... Oh yeah, so cheesy, for what it's worth, Chilean Raider, I would guess that probably does not translate into colloquial use in Spanish. It just means a strategy where... Boy, what is the good definition? I'm not sure. What's a good definition of cheese? Your bad accents aren't really political, but unfortunate nonetheless. I mean, fair enough. Cheese equals British cheeky? I don't know that quite... It's kind of a gaming specific thing, right? Thing that's made from milk? If only it were so simple. Using game mechanics in a way that is unintended to gain an advantage. I think that's a good way of putting it. Using cheap tactics that exploits AI mistakes and bugs, also a really good way of saying it, is like a way to call an abuse of some game mechanic. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, these are great I think like all combined together, I think that narrows down what we could call cheese pretty nicely. Well done, y'all are so smart. Okay, now that everyone's attacked. Yoink. Hey, you're welcome. Yeah, it's a weirdly specific like gaming term. Really. And why did I knock this guy down too? Yeah, in multiplayer it's a little different, that's true. Though it's like the same idea in multiplayer games. It's just people overuse, they're more quick to use the term. Basically, in that context, cheesy usually means I don't like it. Or it's not fun to play against, or something like that. Do you guys think that cheese and exploits are the same thing? I think they're very closely related, but not exactly the same thing. Enemy AI still losing its mind a little bit. You think exploit is some kind of glitch like duplication, whereas cheese is an intended mechanic you can abuse? Yeah, I mean, I think exploit is... I think I like your definition of exploit in Sane Killer 013, but I think cheese doesn't have to be intended. It's maybe just less dramatic. I don't know. Just with a different connotation. Yeah, kind of. Kind of sucks Don't Dag Me doesn't get an attack here. Maybe I go to this high ground hex? No, I think I like where he's at. Oh, roofing! Got him. And let's try to push and claim this high ground. We're not getting many armors from this fight. We didn't get good surrounds when we took out enemies, which is fine, but... think we can go and get some more surround. Oh man, he hit that. 15% chance. I guess that's not too bad. Let's just end our turn. Which run has gone the furthest? Actually, what's awesome is that the Chaucer made this spreadsheet, which should be viewable publicly, and the furthest we have made it is day 20 on attempt number 1. So this is the second time we've made it to that specific stretch goal or whatever. So. Yeah, I think, you know, on the topic of like cheese or exploits or things like that, it's a very subjective thing. There are times where it's obvious and times where it isn't. And I think that goes for, like, it's kind of like, the only analogy I can think of, and it's a kind of terrible one, I almost don't even want to make, but it's a little bit like something that would be considered pornographic, or, you know, I don't know, the I know it when I see it kind of definition. That you know it when you see it a little bit. I don't know. Maybe a weird thing to say, but I think that kind of works. Jeez. New kink unlocked. Anyway. Yeah, no jabs here, which is too bad. We did manage to get this patched mail shirt from that headshot, and the nasal helmet with rusty mail, also a great pickup. Erotic would be a better word? Yeah, sure. I mean, whatever. Yeah, I mean the same thing. But you know what I mean. I think. You probably know what I mean. Hey, you get some good curds, and you'll know. All right, I think we can drop the 30 protective helmets. We're never gonna need those anymore. We'll keep the loot, the LUTE loot. Yeah, I'm not here to yuck anyone's yum. All right, so we managed to hit level 5 on the first few bros here, which is awesome. Yeah, I am quoting the Supreme Court decision in that. That is accurate, actually. That is specifically what I had in mind. All right, we're gonna swap out that kite shield. We'll probably just leave that one behind. We'll unequip some more items. Not gonna bother to repair pitchforks. I think that's fine. Okay, and let's see. What other sort of equipment changes do I want to make? Maybe nothing. These helmets are pretty hurt. I mean, maybe just the nasal helmet with rusty mail. That might be the only one. Probably is. So we can do equipment hand-me-down. And we can equip this patched mail shirt on someone too. Yeah, things are looking good. So let's go ahead and plop that right on Don't Dig Me. So Blastardissimo is going to be a fatigue neutral. Right now he's not doing that because we don't have the gear to support it, but that will be the long-term plan. Toma Oak, you just caught up on YouTube. Nice challenge and amazing run so far. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Okay, So Blastardissimo, let's go ahead and get some more hit points. Long term, it might be nice to get just a little bit more fatigue than this, but we'll still just chill at 100. I think that's okay. And what perk do I want to grab now? So like long term, what we're gonna need to make this a proper functioning fatigue neutral is gonna be quick hands and weapon mastery. We're not there yet. Like that's not how we're using this bro at the moment. So there's kind of an awkward transition period. And what fat do you need to be a fatigue neutral? It depends on whether you do the quick hands variant or not. Generally speaking, I do like that. So I think it provides too much value to not. And so 105 is a good number. Now in this case, because a lot of my forged armor that I find in this run long term is going to be named items. A lot of named items are going to be lighter than the heaviest alternatives. So I can get away with a little bit lower fatigue. I can get away with 100. Now I might still pump up this bro's fatigue a little bit because in the meantime, before I get the named items, again, this is all very long-term thinking, I'll probably use like decayed coat of scales, decayed coat of plates kind of things that we get from fallen heroes. And those are really heavy. We're also realistically probably going to take nimble on our fatigue neutrals, which is like record scratch, hold up. What are we talking about? But again, it's only an artifact of this challenge run where we are going to be in positions, I think, where if armors get damaged, we need to still field our full squad. And in those cases, having nimble armors as a backup will still be really nice. So, max rolled enhanced coat of plates incoming? God, I hope so. He might become fat as well. Right, so that's true. Mental rock is a good point. When someone has the gluttonous trait, they are, there's an event where they can become fat. And because they have fat, there's an event where they can lose it. So a gluttonous brother is basically on a perpetual yo-yo diet. Sometimes art mimics real life, you know? Anyway, we're gonna grab Pathfinder. That'll be a really good perk for him long term and will be good for now. Will Blastardissimo be the one to fight the Cave Madman? Good chance that he will be, yeah. Very good chance that he'll be the one to fight the Barbarian Madman. But we'll see. Sinusoidal fat? Yeah, exactly. Again, very relatable. Alright, so we've got another nimble damage dealer here. He's gonna have really good melee defense. His hit points are really lacking. I don't like it at 59 at all, but I am gonna keep pumping fatigue because long term we're gonna be using this bro with like Berserk and Killing Frenzy and some sort of like weapon where we move him into, dangerous hexes only when necessary, and otherwise try to keep him safe. So he could end up being like a cleaver bro or something like that. On this level, I think I'm just gonna grab Colossus though, prevent some injuries. Lionheart 89. Definitely gonna grab the 4 hit points. And might just grab some fatigue here. It'll be nice for the long fights. Sure. And I could grab throwing mastery now, but the weird situation we find ourselves in is literally 0 throwing weapons. We are going to get that eventually. We're going to do, throwing mastery and duelist. But I might circle back and grab Colossus. In a normal run where I can accept this bro dying, I might skip Colossus. In this run, obviously that's not the case. So might just circle back and grab Colossus here. It's a little bit overdoing the protection on this brother, but I don't know. Preventing injuries from getting shot by goblins and things like that will be nice as well. In addition to just like the bulk survivability. We probably won't be able to get Berserk and Killing Frenzy on our throwers. They'll still be able to just like pour out damage and use fatigue pretty aggressively. I'm not going to bother with the blue skip turn button, at least on this brother. I might on like 1 or 2. But Ragnargon, good evening. Yeah, glad you're here. You think necessary to grab Colossus? Yeah, I think it'll be good. So I might just grab it on this level. I could also pretty easily justify Pathfinder too. Pathfinder would be pretty useful for getting onto high ground hexes. I think especially since we're using the warbow right now, maybe I do grab Pathfinder. Being able to move onto a single neighboring high ground hex and still being able to use the aim shot is kind of really good. So I'll do Path. All right, Rufin. This is gonna be the bro that's gonna use the sensor long term. So I am going to not take quick hands on this brother, and we're gonna avoid that for a really long time. Well, we're gonna avoid it forever, but we're gonna feel bad about it. And on this brother, I might just grab Pathfinder. Hungarian Crusader, hello, hello. So this bro's not gonna be super great defensively, but we're never gonna put him in too dangerous of a position. Let's grab Path. Hot Soup and Toast is gonna be another fatigue neutral. He's gonna be probably our worst one, but still a good brother. Could grab Quick Hands here. Based on how we're using the brother right now, that would be a useful perk. So I think I'll go ahead and do that. And let's go find this other group of briggies in the forest. Are they making their way over here? No? Okay. Little spooked to be walking through the forest at all, if we're being honest. But we'll do it carefully. And there is that other group of briggies. All right, so they doubled back. They're going this way, going up this way. Let's follow them. All right, let's get on to the plains here and then fight them. Or grassland or whatever it's called. You can hear Mango doing his like warning barks upstairs. I'm sure you can hear it too. If I could, what type of new enemy would I like to add to the game? New enemy. You know what's interesting is I'm going to give you an answer, but it's actually an old enemy, apparently. And that is the Skeleton Archer. Apparently those existed in a previous iteration of the game, but I've never seen it. I think it would be a cool thing to exist. I think it could add a little more spice to those ancient dead fights. You'd add some sort of Asian culture cities, weapons, and armies. Yeah, I feel like that's almost like the cliche, common way of doing things that, I mean, it works. And it's good to have that kind of like representation, and it's kind of easy to do, but that feels a little played out to me. It feels like, yeah, the map ain't big enough for that. I mean, that's the interesting thing, is like, this is fantasy, so like ultimately there are no like rules. You can do whatever you want, but it still feels it's always felt weird to me that it's like, we're in the 3rd or 4th act of our game. Here is, you know, finger wavy, the Asia part. That always feels like a little forced. I don't know. If anything, I kind of appreciate that this game went for the kind of Middle Eastern type vibe. Again, hand wavy, roughly, loosely. Introduce horsemen. There's someone on the like overhype official Discord who is obsessed with the idea of adding horses to the game. Weirdly obsessed. And it's always funny to see. Makes the Philly Fiddler more spicy. The problem with horses is... Ah, damn. Did we get a fresh injury? We did. Gray's neck. Gross. So we're gonna have to back Lionheart up. Yeah, since there's magic, you wouldn't mind seeing additional magic wielding bros and enemies. I think as long as it's done like really carefully, I agree. I think that could be really cool. As long as it like doesn't pull it out of grimdark territory, because I think that just works so well. You know, the game's setting is already really, really good in that regard. Yeah, cultists as a faction is cool. I agree. They have that like Borg type aesthetic. I don't know. Where they're like evil, but in a way that's like based in nihilism. Warriors of the East style expansion would be cool with a Slavic theme. Yeah, I think that would match the game's setting pretty nicely. And that is kind of an underrepresented-ish culture in fantasy type gaming. Not like wildly underrepresented, but you know, somewhat. God, Kaj Z1, what was his hit chance there? 34. I don't understand how with this split hand, he is just nailing attacks that he like shouldn't. It's kind of crazy. Okay, let's move Don't Dig Me, or do I? Maybe I don't. Maybe I actually take out this Brigand Thug so we can put Medieval Man like around the edge to engage this marksman. Because there's a, where's the, oh yeah, the other marksman is here. Used to be. Okay, let's move up here. Cool. Only need 2 fingers to draw? Well, someone had another analogy for how it was happening that still gives me the, like, feeling. Ah, damn. Those 2 hits suck. So we just got 2 fresh injuries. Right there from those 2 attacks there. That sucks. We have a Chilean Raider and a Hungarian Crusader. What's next? Oh, man. Yeah, what is next? try to get this armor. Nice. Maybe try to get this armor too. Don't forget an insane killer. We do also have an insane killer. And not just one. 13 of them. Excellent. All enemies fleeing. Daggers out, boys. This is an intercontinental mercenary band. Then we'll have the Spanish conqueror. The conquistador. Infamous, but for good reason. No one expects the Spanish Inquisition. That's right. Hey, all right. So that daggering at the very end was good. That made up for some of the damage that we took in that fight. So this crossbow, that's pretty good. We need some Aztec leopard warrior. Which is funny because you're Spanish, so yeah, we got good representation here. Nice. So the bundle of throwing axes is a welcome addition, as is the crossbow. Honestly, other than the wooden flail, all of this is welcome, mostly. And what else can we leave behind? We should be doing that basically every fight. We'll leave behind the militia spears. I think we've got enough knives. Well, I don't know, do we? Am I 100% certain on that? I might not be. Split hand mascot got an upgrade, yeah. We could trade a lower durability shield out for a higher one. That's true. In fact, honestly, we can get rid of most of these shields. I think the fact that we have some more heater shields and kite shields in reserve, I think is fine. I don't know, we'll grab that one. We don't have to be so picky. Vafello02150, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Cool. Another good fight. So these Briggy fights they're treating us well. So what's our injury situation right now? Yeah, so that's too bad. So let's update our injury counter. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Up to 8 injuries right now. And if we get lucky, we'll have enough medical supplies to heal them all. If we don't, then we need to go find more. So as is typical, we're gonna unequip things that we don't want to repair. Man, do I leave this deciding if I want to leave this mail hauberk unequipped? Probably gonna have to. Yeah, we've only got 4 tools. So let's replace this. We'll actually like move some armors down. Let's actually do it here and here. And then on our back line, we'll equip like a padded leather. I think that's fine. Bro got 3 injuries and is euphoric. Yeah, euphoric, honestly, as long as you've got good fight density, it's not too hard to maintain a euphoric spirit. 100%. 100%. WTF was that BF tank stat line and perks? You know, we were blessed in this run. We were blessed with these 2 brothers, for sure. Could there be an all injury got this run meter, not just a current? Oh man. We'd have to go back and retroactively figure it out, which I'm not gonna do. But there have, of course, been many injuries. And I might not even repair this padded leather. I think we'll go ahead and repair, or like swap this one out as well. So actually what I might do is go back here and swap this with a padded surcoat. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Splurgy we thuggin' it? Is that some sort of Gen Z slang? I don't know. Hello, just numb. Next run maybe, if there will be a next. I don't think we'll need to bother, because this is the run. Alright, so the Chaucer and Medieval Man, both hitting level 5 here. What perk do we grab on these brothers? It is, as always, the run. As always. Okay, so... yeah, I think we can't justify not taking a +3 here in Resolve, because this bro has higher Resolve, and we're going to need as much as we can get. Rotation? No, not on the tanks. Counterintuitively, to some, it's a particularly wasted perk on a tank, because we are often going to be positioning them where no allies are adjacent, so. Yeah, in all honesty, student or fortified mind. Yeah, basically. Footwork then. Yeah, in all honesty, probably. So we could, the thing is, here's what's going through my mind. Long term, Colossus is actually not that useful on this kind of brother. It's really not. A Forge tank, when they are spamming Indom, takes so little HP damage. One of the tanks is going to take Lone Wolf. I have not yet decided which of the two that will be. Right now, it could be either. So let's go ahead and like compare these two bros. We gotta strip them down so that we can compare them. It feels a little bit like, you know, a little gross. But it will probably, I don't know, you know, I'm really not sure. I won't even speculate. It really could go either way. It really, really could. Like, they're gonna be pretty equivalent. You know, Medieval Man is gonna end up with better melee defense by a good amount. And then the Chaucer will end up with better fatigue by a good amount. Crazy Farmer? Yeah, oh, absolutely. We were very blessed with these two bros. And these two bros are the large driving factor for why, despite my predilection to do so, we will not be building any dedicated spears this run, I don't think. You can flip-flop between bros if you press them adjacent to each other and press tab. Yeah, I know. I should use the tab button more often. Yeah, with 14 guys, you can go 2 Forge tanks. Oh, for sure, for sure. I just usually don't and opt for Spear Bros instead with like 1 off tank because they're kind of useless-ish until level 11. Anyway, yeah, like both of these bros, one of them is going to be the Lone Wolf. Could be, yeah, again, it still really could be either. And the other will be not exactly an inline tank, but we'll keep him like 1 hex-ish ahead of the main formation, just to like clog up things for enemies to get stuck on. And that bro is not going to bother taking Lone Wolf. In fact, we're going to use them both in that way in a lot of fights. I don't feel comfortable putting tanks too far away from the formation. It's rare, but if you get like cascading zone of control resolve failures, they can die in a stupid and unexpected way, even with high resolve. Anyway, on this level, do they need the blue skip turn button? Yeah, they do. They do. They're both going to need it, and they both will take it. which is why we're pumping fatigue on them. If we had a tank with iron lungs, then on that type of brother, we could consider skipping recover. And then, you know, we'll eventually be collecting named items, and we'll just wait for a shield that has -2 fatigue for skill use, or -3. And then we can spam shield wall in fights against like Ancient Dead, for example, like Black Monolith. But otherwise, you know, the blue skip turn button is going to be pressed. There'll be 2 bros that take it, since we don't have iron lungs. Which I think is, it's a fine perk in that situation, despite how much crap I give it. It is overall a bad perk. But for these bros, it'll be good. But it's not going to be good for a really long time, so I'm going to choose that at like level 11. So I think, I don't know, we're still going to be putting them in dangerous positions. Something I'd like to have on them, because it's handy, is Pathfinder. Mostly for pushing up into goblins and things like that, uphill fights, any sort of bad terrain, right? Getting your tank in those dangerous positions is pretty important. Time to pick student then. I mean, we could. I don't think student would be that bad. And on these bros, we're not going to choose nimble, unlike our fatigue neutrals, which I'm sure we will. So yeah, I think I'd like to slot in Pathfinder long-term on these bros. But it's got a pretty big opportunity cost to do so. Because we need to grab Underdog, Battleforged, and Indom. These 3 are required. And on one of them, we're going to be grabbing Lone Wolf. Is Colossus valid? Oh yeah, Colossus is normally what I would pick. Colossus is good. We take bags on them? See, I might not. That might be the perk that gets cut. What about Brawny? Brawny's like a worse bags. For a lot of situations. I don't know. I guess I said that sort of too reflexively for thinking about all the fights like against Barbarian Chosen or Orc armies where you want to have just like a whole bunch of shields in your pockets. And those fights are going to be not unimportant. We are still going to take them, but less important as the run kind of keeps marching on. And so, you know, we could skip bags on both of them even, and maybe one could take Brawny. I think that would be fine. And Colossus, of course, would be like handy. Like we would like Colossus, but I don't know. Regardless, I think we're going to be taking Fort Mine long term, and Fort Mine will be good in the short term. So I think let's grab it on both. Bags is pretty relevant when it's 1 tank, but these are 2 tanks. That's a good point. That is true. And, you know, we will have the library reward, which, you know, we could go with the Gilder's Embrace. I'm not sold on any specific choice for the library reward. Okay, so let's head back to this road. Nah. I don't think we fight these quite yet. We don't fight these quite yet. That legendary location is awfully close to the road. Yeah, it really is. Abandoned villages. I haven't looked at the spawn rules for it, but it looks like it must be limited to the central band of the map, the kind of grasslands. Daze Shield would probably be the best pick for not splatting in Monolith. Depending on the famed shields we find along the way, yeah, that might be right. Okay, oh, we are blessed. We are blessed. We love to see this. This is still here. Discover a ruined camp or other hostile location on your own by exploring the land, destroy it, and take the plunder. We love to see this. We love to see this. Once we get our renown up to 250, we'll be able to unlock our first retinue slot, and when we get 2,500 gold, we will be able to get the cartographer, which will help keep the team solvent. Isn't a historian slash cultist needed to get the shield? On every origin except for peasant militia? That's true. Does renown do anything for us? Retinue slots. Which we do care about. So let's see. There are some footprints going down this way. Let's follow them. Could be a caravan. Though it might be going here as its destination. I don't want a noble army to spawn. Okay. Need to add no retinue to the challenge? Oh god. No thanks. Perfect. Glad we chased down these footprints. So let's look at our injuries. Oops. Let's look at our injuries. We are down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Very nice. You love to see it. Still got this split hand, of course. No perks, no retinue. Good lord. Sounds terrible. No more split hand? No, he's still got the split hand. He's still got the split hand. Alright, so we'll go ahead and equip some stuff. Can equip these knives. Actually, let's do a better knife here. Okay, I think this is fine. You thought run 8 had crazy bros, seeing stars everywhere? Yeah, this run was blessed. We had good bros. Though we had good bros for like long term, it's not actually the best squad for short term because melee skill is kind of low. So generally speaking, 69, nice. Early game melee skill is the most important stat, and late game melee defense is the most important stat. Pretty hand wavy there. Like they both matter all the time, but I think that's roughly true. I'm doing a lot of hand waving today. I don't know, like jazz hands, weird finger motions. Apparently that's my thing. I don't know why I'm doing that. Do I stand my ground here? Probably will want to. Excellent. So we got one nerd right up here. Because we're making fun of Italians? Nah. We'll be easy on the Italians. All I said was that pizza is now an American food in how it's viewed on the world stage. I still think that's true. And I can understand how that would be offensive. I'd be mad too if I had a food as delicious as pizza and some other people from across the world claimed it as theirs. I'm sorry. No. I don't blame them. I don't blame them. Calandra would flip his, yeah. I mean, fair enough. Modern pizza is actually American. I mean, that's kind of my argument, basically. All right, by going here, we make it so this guy can't get a good attack in. Is chocolate pizza postmodern? Sure. We improved on pizza and made it better, but Italians made it, and that's how we can explain it. Ooh, boy, I don't know. See, I think that's where they might get angry. If we say we improved it, made it better, we made it different. So, hey, Abyss Crane. LOL, a Calandra mention is, that's all right. It's taken me like a full year, but I think Calandro doesn't hate me anymore, which is kind of nice. Calandro's a legend in the Battle Brothers community. All right, I'm gonna equip one of these quivers of arrows just to have a full quiver equipped and save the inventory space. Don't you plan to use the Scramus Axe on zombies? No. No, I don't. You really don't need to behead zombies. I think that's like a... I genuinely think that beheading zombies is a little bit of a noob trap. Like, it feels good, but it doesn't actually meaningfully make a difference. You like sauerkraut on your pizza? You embody food... Oh, dude, I love sauerkraut on pizza. You Chileans have little beef with your Peruvian brothers with something similar, while they say that pisco is theirs, we say it's ours. Yeah. I don't know that I know what pisco is. Oh, I think I've had this. Yeah, I have had pisco. It's good. It's very good, actually. What is the tactic so enemies don't attack in a line formation? Can you manipulate their positioning? Remus, I'm not sure how to answer that question. Like, are you saying like in that last fight, how did I make it so that they would clump together? That's more of an artifact of the enemy we're fighting against. You know, like, that's just what Caravan guards and Caravan hands do. But yeah, flatbreads with stuff on top is like, that's a classic. That's a classic. And yeah, ceviche is incredible. Good food takes. I made, speaking of Italian foods, I made a sourdough focaccia just the other day. Picture in the food and food crimes in the Discord. Ended up beautiful. Delicious. Big fan. Thanks, Italy. I do love you, Italy. I do plan on visiting Italy maybe sometime in the fall. So. All right, let's give Baggermeister quick hands. Okay, so do I keep following this road? I don't think I do. Have you named the dough starter by now? I did. I've unofficially named it Baking Brother. My wife disapproves of this name. She's the one who first acquired the sourdough starter from one of her friends, but I'm the one that does most of the cooking and baking in our house. So I've laid claim to a name. She wanted to name it like Gertrude or something cute. She does not approve of Baking Brother, but I can call it whatever I want. Ooh, the Markland Pikes. We've got a group of mercs here who are running away. Previous fights against mercenaries have been very profitable for us. This one is just 5 enemies. So, more dangerous than just a snack, but still definitely a fight that we want to take. $260 armor incoming. I don't know that upper mercs can spawn yet, so I think they're going to be limited to dumb, wimpy armors. But we'll see. Okay. I think I like how the squad's configured. And we're going to be fighting these mercs in a moment. I'm going to use the restroom quick. Be back in 1 second. All right, I am back. Haven't some mercs applied overwhelm in this run? Only upper mercs do that. The ranged mercs have, for sure. I don't recall 100% if the non-ranged mercs have done that. Okay, so I think our old standby formation is still the correct choice here. We will hopefully be able to fight them on non-forest terrain. Just going to double check that armors are good. It looks like they are. Mildly nervous about Lionheart 89, but okay. Yeah, I think ranged mercs always have overwhelm. I think should make him Lionheart 69. That's up to Lionheart. You have to ask, with everything I know about the game, is Sins the best player of Battle Brothers? I mean, Sins is an incredibly skilled player. I don't want to say anyone is best. I don't like that. People play with different constraints, different rules, different whatever. Sins is an incredibly skilled player who I respect very much and whose company I enjoy. So I'll say that. All right, so we see 4. Let's go ahead and shield wall in a clump together. It's carve a hole. Yeah, it's this is a single player game. All right, and I am gonna push up behind. We've got a couple brothers with Impatient. Let's move Begemeister to here. I'm not sure Because it's nighttime, I suspect the archer will still attack here, but I'm not sure. Okay. God, am I glad we've got kite shields. Oh, the kite shield. You love to see it. You love this. This is great. Russian communities have some wild tech we don't utilize. Yeah, that's the thing. So, you know, I was doing a little bit of like nostalgic reminiscing with a nice conversation with Iowa on the Discord server just yesterday? I think that was yesterday. And anyway, one of the things that I was talking about was how, like in StarCraft 2, there was a period where, you know, servers were stratified by region. And I remember when the MLG events would happen and the European and Korean players would play on the North American ladder, how, you know, that was my opportunity to play, you know, those players from those regions that I otherwise wouldn't have been able to. And it was like, it was interesting how they just had a different meta. And they were just better than us. So, but anyway, all that is to say, it could be that the Russian players know something that the rest of us don't, and they're just better. They might be. But better kind of doesn't mean anything in this game. Because again, it's a single player game. It's not totally meaningless, but it's a mildly meaningless metric. The best player in this game is the one that amuses you the most. From a viewer's perspective, yeah, I think that's fair to say. Yeah, it's super hard to quantify better. Also, you have to think like, so on the topic of like, people were mentioning Sins and Gravebees and all these other players. Those two play differently, right? Gravebees was pushing like speed runs. Sins was pushing like consistency, win streak type styles. That's my preference, but they're like different games. They're like different objectives, and they have different strategies, different builds, different emergent things are good in one versus the other. And like, that's totally expected, really. Where can someone put a team suggestion for the next Battle Brawl? In the Discord, Hungarian Crusader. Feel free to suggest anything in the Battle Brawl channel. I've got a couple ideas for the next one, but always willing to hear some other ideas. Only Deductor cared about fashion? Hey, I care about fashion. All right, so they only have one Jav left. Even though enemies have infinite ammo, they don't have infinite throwing weapons. So I might still just push up slowly. And then we'll have ranged advantage. I'm going to continue to do that. We're just going to push up, shield wall, move behind. If I move up here, there will be melee contact. Do I want that? Honestly, maybe. Sure. I love this game. That is Incredible. Incredible. Thanks, Long Axe. Yeah, should have worn a hat. That's his fault. Are there any desirable weapons we can't really get from killing enemies? Flanged maces. The big one that stands out to me is going to be the two-handed, two-handed flanged mace. So weapon selection is going to be a little bit different in this run. For that very reason. Whoa, huge retreat. Huh. Huge retreat from the ranged merc. Just find a famed one? That's the goal. Okay, we're waiting on a bunch of bros because they're faster than us. I want to get some surrounds going. I'm wondering if I go for the attack on this guy's exposed-ish little bean. He doesn't have a very spooky weapon. It's going to be a terrible hit chance, though. 60. That's actually still really good. I mean, Don't Dig Me has really high melee skill. Hell yeah. Good. I wonder if I go for knifing this guy down then. I think so. Lovely. Let's see, go for a stun here, or swap out for knife. Swap out for knife. Yeah, heavy rusty war axes is gonna be kind of the go-to weapon, not surprisingly. All right, we want that armor. There's an attack with a pitchfork. Shoot. Nice, that probably was a headshot, and we're gonna let the ranged merc go. They've got nimble. They're actually really dangerous in melee. So we'll let that guy go. We don't really care about him. That was a great fight. That was a great fight. You think you remember me saying you prefer the rusty war axe over the regular great axe? What's the reasoning? It has not only very slightly better like hits to kill against most enemies because of the extra 10% damage ignores armor, but because of the way Fearsome works with two-handed axes and using the split man ability, there's a number of enemies that are like right on the cusp of being able to proc 2 Fearsome procs if you know, hit the body with your primary and get the secondary hit on the head, where it provides faster Fearsome procs, which is really relevant. So Yeah, so we got 7 tools, 10 medical supplies, a big pile of cash, and some ammo. You love to see it. Got this male hauberk. Now, took a decent amount of damage, but we're actually going to take all of this except for the falchions. We don't really need those. We can leave behind a couple butter knives now. We don't need those. Let's leave behind a few hats. Some of the really damaged armors, I don't think I need to bother with. We're not going to fix them up. Weird that a rusty axe is more effective. Think of it like a bigger, heavier, blunt weapon. Then it starts to make more sense. All right, so that was great. That was a great fight. Great fight for us. And tools situation, of course, necessitates the old removal game. I'm gonna fix up the kite shields, but I'm gonna unequip the damaged one. And we're gonna swap out this armor. Let's see. So let's give him one of these, and probably something where I just don't use any tools. I guess I'll put on a padded surcoat. Should be okay. Do I want to swap out this helmet a little bit? Nah, we'll fix it up, I guess. We can fix those, that's fine. Unequip this and this. Let's see what the tools say now. 12, okay, sure. We're not gonna fix up everything, of course, but that's fine. And so, Kaj Z1. The split hand will go away, hopefully somewhat soon. And so on this other unit, I went ahead and went with Pathfinder. Similar kind of logic. I can get on a high ground hex and still use the crossbow and reload it. So we do have a set of throwing axes, which I could use, of course. We've got, you know, some accumulation of ammo, but throwing axes use ammo super fast. So I think I'm going to go with Pathfinder here as well. Same kind of logic as what we did here. Chilean Raider, our temp banner. Love seeing that +5. Love seeing this +4. And let's see. How long am I willing to spend farming for the recruiting events? That's a good question. There's going to be a little bit of time pressure on doing so as far as like money and food. So when I set myself up to farm recruitment events, we'll be dwindling our resources. So I don't know. I don't have an answer for that right now. I'm okay with this campaign going a really long time. I think it'll need to for the legendary locations to be safe. So I'm willing to spend a little time farming. Cracking open a sparkling water. Kirkland lemon. Okay, so level 33 bros confirmed. Oh man, I don't know if I'll farm to that point. That takes an absurd amount of time. But we will be getting some, you know, some veteran levels. Your ass? No. This stat is good. We like this. We're going to get some good tool savings from that. Thinking about whether I want the hit points or not. I hate taking the +2. I mean, we are going to have this bro attack in melee sometimes. But what do you think of bow? Is it still meta? What? Whoa, whoa. Nihilist. This is a hard... generally speaking, bows are not good in this game. This special challenge run is a different set of constraints. I do think that the new quiver from the new legendary location does make a single... Well, let me put it this way. There's no reason to take bow mastery in a lot of situations. But having a bow just for extra lines of play on what is otherwise normally a thrower, sure, whatever, it's fine. Could also go melee defense, because again, we're going to be putting this bro front and center, and enemy orc warriors and stuff are going to push through back lines. If this initiative were a +5, I actually would probably take that. Let's keep building this bro defensively. We'll grab the melee defense. You're going to be a porcupine with 45 hit points? I mean, yeah. We will be grabbing Colossus, and I might just do so on this level. Helps prevent injuries. So Fort Mind, I could grab now to make the Rally the Troops more effective. But I think short term, grabbing Colossus here makes sense. So we'll probably do Colossus here on level 5. Level 6, we'll grab Fort Mind, and then level 7, we'll grab Nimble. Let's grab Colossus here. Wonderful. We've got a nice little pile of money. Getting close to being able to get our retinue too. So let's go this way. Surely a supply caravan filled with tools is on the horizon. And unfortunately, the regular caravans have been absent of tools or medical supplies. We're not going to fight southern caravans still. Too dangerous. So we're going to let this go. Are we getting the scavenger revenue first? No, we will be getting the cartographer. Interesting, there was a fight here. So based on that location of fight, I would suspect this was Noble Army or Mercenary versus Brigands. I don't think I follow these footprints on the off chance that it's a Noble Army and we get ambushed in the forest. All right, so which way now? I don't really want to go through this little patch of forest either. So we'll just kind of patrol down, then we'll come back up. We'll stay in this area of the map. It's been super, super generous to us. It will continue to be profitable. And we'll continue to patrol it for fights. So these footprints are still that caravan from earlier. We could try to complete our ambition. I don't really want to destroy either this or this Briggy camp because they're spawning, you know, little groups for us to fight that I think is too profitable. But we could venture off a little further and look for something to fight. I don't think that's a bad idea. George Rockland, hello, hello. I'm not sure where else to explore. I mean, I guess I could explore down here. That might be interesting. See if there's any more, like, Briggies to fight in here. Could maybe look for a small barbarian camp up here in this region. That would be fine. But let's go down this way. Or, alternatively, some Briggy footprints. And so, let's fight them. So let's get a little closer first. Ooh, fighting him in the forest. That sort of sucks. We'll see if this ends up being in the forest. We're going to be attacking them. 303 food is absurd. Yeah, food is... I wasn't sure how much food would be a problem in this run. And it turns out the answer is not at all. It certainly could be at some point in the future when we venture off. But for now, absolutely not a problem at all. Yeah, I mean, the food doesn't last very long. A lot of it spoils quickly, but Sergey had food issues later in his run. Ah, interesting to know, Preston BG. I mean, we'll run into food issues if, for example, we're event farming, like near a town, as an example. Cook is another retinue you'd want. Yeah, I have the cook on my list of like retinue to consider. Isn't the Brigand retinue great for such a run? Yeah, actually. We may get the Brigand as well. The Brigand is a retinue that I almost never get, but in this case, could happen. Okay. So what's the best way for us to approach this? Oh, I guess that's another breakpoint for Pathfinder being useful, is this specific move as well. Being able to move up to a high ground hex 3 hexes away on the bro with the crossbow. All right, so they're going to be playing passively, defensively. Not unexpected. So I think we'll push forward with shield walls. I think that'll be the play. You say almost never get the Brigand, but did you try it once? I don't remember if I did or not. All right, we're gonna move up and do this, just in case any of them have throwing weapons. What self-imposed challenge would make me want to get the Minstrel? If we had a challenge where it was a time limit to get a certain amount of renown. So like get to legendary renown within X days, then the Minstrel would make sense. Yeah, legendary company speedrun. That's actually kind of a cute little idea. Yeah, let's grab this high ground hex with hot soup and toast, and we'll go here. Baggermeister. Aha! I knew it! I knew it! Okay. Would this Brigand Raider dare run all the way up to melee against Kaj-Z1? Honestly, he might. What? What happened? Kaj, you always hit those. What's going on, buddy? Rolled a 45? Come on, that's not what you normally do. Yeah, no arena exploit. That one's kind of dumb. I'm actually kind of surprised that one didn't get fixed in the most recent patch. But there might be a technical reason why it's more difficult to fix. You're more worried about that Raider having throwing weapons? Yeah, but we're gonna move Medieval Man up closer. But yeah, me too. I'm also worried about that for sure. ZatX Taz, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate that. What is that exploit? There's a way you can like re-enter arena fights. Like you can re-enter the arena multiple times. Yeah, he was going for a Kaj-Z1. Okay. Actually, it was a little bit spooky. I think I didn't get punished, but it may have been a bad way to do this. Yeah, twice. No, so you can do like the overnight one that I think is that I consider fine because you've crossed over into a new day. But you can, yeah, you can like save and exit and do arena fights like infinitely or something like that. I've never actually done it. I don't know the exact process, but it's something like that. There we go. Kaj Z1. Incredible. So let's see, I think I want to move forward. I think I want them to think that there's melee contact, which they will if there's a bro with a reach weapon in range. I think hot soup and toast is like a pretty decent choice to do that. I think it's fine anyway. Nice. So let's go here and shield wall. We'll just shield wall here. Shield wall here. Let's flavor blast this guy. Move here and wait on the Chaucer. We're gonna see if this guy can die and then he'll push up further. You know, actually, I think... Maybe I should have pushed Medieval Man to this hex. Shield wall and go here. He can pass through zone of control reasonably safely. So I'm going to. Still rocking pitchforks? Yeah. Okay. Still rocking some pitchforks. Good. I'm kind of glad he did that. Yeah, they're going for Kaj. I really don't like them doing that repeatedly. I don't feel comfortable with that. Sweet. That was probably a headshot, so we may get a full armor from that. Pitchfork probably deals less damage than an arming sword. Oh, definitely. Definitely deals less damage than an arming sword. But it attacks from range. In all these fights where, you know, we're outnumbered, it's still a good choice for us. Excuse me, where we outnumber them is what I meant to say. Because it's just hard to get those surrounds that we need. I wonder if I shouldn't have reloaded there. Save the ammo. Not sure. I'm not gonna stress about it too much, but... Got him. Alright, we're gonna try to get this armor. We still do want this. So I might move Medieval Man. Someone else can occupy that hex pretty easily. Maybe the banner will be a great improvement comparing with the pitchfork. Yes, for sure. Yeah, so if we are able to get the banner, I mean, when we get the banner, that'll be a huge improvement. Unfortunately, it's not going to be for a little while. That is still some time away for this company. Alright, so we've got this guy fully surrounded, and we can dagger him down. Excellent. Excellent, excellent. How far away are we from a retinue? We're getting closer. We're getting closer. All right, so we got that bundle of javs. You love to see it. So the bundle of javs, the nasal helmet, this armor undamaged, and the 2 flails. This was a great fight. Great fight. And do I grab both quivers? I'll grab the one with 5. I'm not going to equip it to replenish the ammo, but I'm going to hang on to it in case it ends up being useful in the future. I don't think I even bother grabbing this helmet. We're not going to repair it. There's other armors that we would rather repair. 2 crisp tools? Hey, honestly. The tools are... We'll take 2 crisp tools. We're desperate. We're desperate. It's just a fact of life. Yeah, so we're going to replace this armor. I might just replace this with a rugged surcoat. I don't like how many step downs I've been doing with armors recently. But kind of just an is what it is situation. Tools neutral build when? Just a naked one-handed hammer bro bashing down orc warriors? Just you wait. We might get that desperate. All right, padded surcoat here again. Again, we have very few tools. So that does make us a little more susceptible to injuries, which sucks. But it is what it is. Let's go ahead and throw jabs here on Lionheart 89. If we run out of tools, that will lead to us running out of medical supplies too. Yeah, there is a relationship between the two for sure. They're not totally independent variables. All right, so this is not the event we're looking for. What do you think? Do we gamble for a little bit of money? Perfect. 25 bonus gold. Easy. Easy. So I'm not IRL, not a fan of gambling. But of course, it is a common tradition in like, ooh, let's fight these briggies. Ooh, a brigand leader. Ooh, this is a spicy fight actually. But for bachelor parties, people will go to casinos and whatever. I just show up, I put in my $10 and I just like play 5-cent slots because I don't even want to be there. But one time when we were leaving, went to video poker and just like was playing super slowly, whatever, and got like 4 aces, which had a special payout. And it was my like 25-cent final bet, the max bet on that machine, just because I wanted to get out of there. And I won like a couple $100. So my gambling over the course of my life is positive by basically that amount. Oh, I should have unequipped these Morning Stars. That's a mistake. Whoops. So what you're saying is gambling's a good idea? No. Won't even joke about that, actually. Won't even joke about it. Okay, so we got these new flails. I do want to use them. I might put them as pocket weapons on the fatigue neutrals. Let's see. So he's switching his career into full-time CSGO case unboxer. Quite the arc that would be. So let's put this guy in the center actually now. Put him next to the Kaj Z1. Still rocking the pitchfork. This bro, the pitchfork kind of doesn't matter that much. Maybe you should put a higher durability flail here. Oh, and we got this helmet. Should put this helmet on. What am I doing? Actually, helmets are pretty solid, aren't they? Yeah, helmets are real solid. Squad's got good helms. So this is gonna be a somewhat spicy fight. Could be anyway. So I'm a little nervous about it. If the leader comes with, for example, a great axe or something, it'll be scary, but a very, very nice weapon. There's a lot of weapons that the brigand leader could have, or armors that we want, and we want to dagger down. So we're not gonna fight in the swamp. Fighting in the swamp sucks. Perfect. All right, I'm gonna use the restroom again because I have an old man bladder and I've been drinking these, you know, I drank a lot of coffee this morning. So I'll be back in just a second and then we're gonna do this somewhat spicy fight. Be back in a moment. I have returned. Before I do this fight, what's our injury count actually at? Still 5. Dang. It might be a different 5 from when I last checked, but... So one thing I'm thinking about too is, you know, they have one marksman. Is that worth still using the kite shield instead of the heater shields here? I think I still stick with the kites, but... XPad91. Hello, hello. Glad you're here. Yeah, this is a time where people from Germany can actually catch the stream. So welcome, welcome. I apologize to the butchering of every German word that I say. And to the whole country of Italy. I love you and your food. You know, I mean to offend no one. Yeah, I think there's a decent... I actually looked at my demographic information on YouTube, and there's a decent number of people from Germany watching. So, hello, welcome, and sorry. Hello, I'm sorry is the most, like, Canadian thing I could possibly say, and Minnesota's kind of like a little mini Canada. Yeah, it is a German game, which of course is a big factor. Overhyped Studios is indeed based out of Germany. Deutschland? See, I know I'm not saying that right. Is it a big factor? You have no... Yeah, I mean, a lot of people don't. I don't know. It must make some difference, I'm assuming. I don't know. The only not right part of it was the land part? Would it be like Land? Deutschland? Something like that? Okay, so I think the leader is probably right there. What I think I might do is get Medieval Man and the Chaucer on these two flanking hexes, and we just fully surround this guy. I think that's going to be the play. I don't want this guy to throw his throwing axes. I don't like moving these two bros forward without using shield wall, but I think it's okay. I think it's okay, especially the Chaucer is more durable and the leader's going to be down here. Oh, leader's here. Dreaded Birchwin. So Birchwin has my favorite weapon of all, which unfortunately will have low value in this run. I kind of thought he'd be here. Do I still put Medieval Man on this hex? I can get the Chaucer there now, instead. That's probably better. Yeah, low value armor. Yeah. And Don't Dig Me will go... Well, I don't love this armor against this raider with the scram sacks. So we'll just go here. And end turn. Not scared of the short sword. You has food? Great. I love food. Food is wonderful. Who doesn't love food? You know? Put squigs here. If someone doesn't love food, you don't want to be friends with them? You know, the nice thing about enjoying food is by eating it, you stay alive. That's pretty cool. So let's go here. What's our hit chance? 19? It's pretty low. 21. Let's pull out the jabs. Much better. Yeah. You want to be able to live without eating? I love food. Alright, so let's go for stuns here. Got him. So then do I do something different with Choppy Cat? I guess not. I guess I just attack. Any reason to pull out the flail? Not really. I mean, kind of. I guess they all have shields. Maybe long-term damage for this fight, I pull out the flail. Nah, we might want stuns. %hit chance there. I think I go for 2 throws on the leader. I think that'll be best. Nice. That was really good. Go ahead and shield wall. Thinking about pushing this raider away. Hits double 32. Hits double 32. Pretty sweet. Makes up for the what was it, run attempt number 12, where we missed an obscene number of 70%. I would say about 50% of the time I'm luckier than normal, and about 50% of the time I'm less lucky than normal, if I were to guess. When's the XCOM 2 run? I think I'm gonna do XCOM Long War first. Never seen Slurgy tilt before that. I did kind of tilt there, actually. That's fair. Yeah, maybe should have attacked that guy. And let's go for more stun, but maybe I'll have Choppy Cat do it. Because I might want to move to this hex, and we care more about his fatigue. Basically, the chance to have average luck is atomically small. Exactly. That was a great hit. Might go for a regular attack here. Get the stun. Hey, you got it. So if Blastardissimo can go here and shield wall, we don't need to have the Chaucer shield wall. We can go for regular attack. Or maybe, now that that guy moved there, I just have Blastardissimo attack. So I'm gonna have Squigs go down and attack this guy. Okay, don't love that. Don't love that at all. He's got a quick hands and a flail, but still don't love it. Yeah, Trounsy's got a good point. We are hardwired to remember negative things more than positive ones for survival. Yeah. The bias is real. Okay. So that's a problem. Did not proc 9. How many jabs did this raider have, actually? All right, we need to move away from scatter bonus territory for this thrower. They're still going to try to finish him. And we'd like to get someone in range of this marksman and or this raider to prevent the low but plausible catastrophic rolls. Let's go for head hits, or do I? I don't know. I think it's regular attacks. Okay. So let's get Blastardissimo here. And based on his melee skill, I think we go for a stun. Got it. So I wonder if the play here is push and occupy Hex. So now I don't. We'll just attack there. Swap to flail and attack here. 48%. Now up to 63. We're only gonna have enough fatigue for one attack anyway. So then the Chaucer can get in here and occupy this Hex. Just to prevent the catastrophic failure type event. I think that's prudent. So then we move in and just attack Dreaded Birchwind. How's the run going today? The run is going well. The run is going well at MetaWrecker. You strongly believe that developers are not above rigging their own game to increase replayability? You know... How do I respond to that? I don't have to. The game is not rigged. That's... Yeah. Human psychology is funny, though. I think given how low this guy's health is, I might go for 2 attacks here. No, I'm gonna let Don't Dig Me attack first. The game isn't rigged. Might not be. Nothing's rigged, you're just asleep. That's right, wake up, sheeple. Unless we see the code, debating this is like debating religion. Sure, and you can look at the code. It has been decompiled and you can do it yourself. I've looked at it. Like, it's there. There's like some wild conspiracy theory stuff that appears on Reddit and the official game forums or like the Steam forums constantly. And it just never ceases to amaze. Did we make it to level 5 yet? You just got back from your walk? Walks are underrated. We have made it to level 5 on a few bros, yeah. Yeah, if anything, most players, if they're gonna fudge RNG, I hate to break it to you, But generally speaking, it benefits the player. NPCs don't complain, players do. True. Man, this guy. This last Brigand Raider. Durable. Can't believe I just called you an NPC. Maybe I am, though. Alright, so we took down our first Brigand leader. We did get a fighting spear. What's crazy is that in any normal run, I would be so happy with the fighting spear. But since I'm not going to be building any dedicated spear bros, in an unexpected twist of fate, it's kind of just meh. It's kind of whatever. Still nice. Like, we like it, but it's not that big of a deal. I'm going to take these kite shields. We can leave behind a few more wooden shields. Leave behind the daggers. Spear for tanks, yeah. We'll be giving the spear to the tanks, exactly. But it's not like that good, right? Because if we don't really have them attack much, it's just a heavier thing to hold. But we're going to be having them attack like a decent amount for a little while still, so it's not without its utility. All right, I think that's good enough. Goblin Spear for the win? Exactly, exactly. Give the spear to the hybrid. Yeah, we don't even really, I hesitate to even call them hybrids. All right, so we did get an injured kneecap on Kaj Z1. This injury sucks. 2 additional action points per tile moved. Sucks. Just sucks. When orc camps for tools? Oh, not for a really long time. So injury count is up to 8. We could get lucky and the current medical supplies could suffice. Let's see, what are we at? Renown-wise, 164. Enemies don't ever ignore zone of control when advancing, right? Only for fleeing? No, actually, situationally they will. It's rare, but situationally they absolutely will. Especially like nachos. They so highly prioritize getting to a hex with a corpse to consume. They in particular will. Swordmasters absolutely disrespect zone of control. There's a decent number of enemies that will. So. Okay, so we're gonna move around some armors. You foam at the mouth with the imagine the Emperor himself getting bashed in the head with a loot. Oh man, wouldn't that be beautiful? No, we care about money a lot, Trounsy. We care about money a lot, like a lot. Money is the resource we need to maintain because we have wages and very little way of gaining money. Okay, what's our tools situation? 2. Not great. Let's go ahead and throw something heavy here. So much armor, so little tools. Yeah. So we're basically just like swapping out helmets and stuff like that. So, a little bit of a yikes. Okay. Oh, I hear a mango coming. Hey, little guy. You want to sit up here? You do. Okay, hello. Hey, mango. Hey, bud. Hey, guy. Yeah, you're a good boy. You're a good boy. You're a good boy. This is Mango. He's a special boy. He's very much a doofus. But he's a good boy. Okay. Special, yeah, yes. And his eyes look conic. Oh yeah, so he has heterochromia. Hey Mango, what's going on over here? What's going on over here? Oh, well, that got him excited. He's got one blue eye and one brown eye. But the brown eye is like 80% brown. And then he's got like a splotch of blue on it. He's part White Walker, is basically what's going on. He's special. And I mean that in the full sense of the word. Okay, so let's sort first, and then I'm gonna unequip. The other one taking a nap on the rocking chair? Yeah, that's Susie. She is old and wise. Mango is not. All right, so we'll use our two tools, I guess. And we can't take too many spicy fights for a little bit. We're gonna need to chill on those just a smidge. Go north and discover more map. I'm a little spooked out by going north. North is not... So north is where we're going to run into barbarians, and barbarians just aren't as profitable. And I think they're going to kind of be injury farms for us. So, as unexciting as it is, we'll be largely sticking in this part of the map for a little while. It's just too profitable. Too many good brigand spawns, this sort of meeting of three intersections, groups of peasants that just walk towards us like fools. It's just too good. Just too good. All right, we're gonna let the peasants charge into us. Maybe there will be a town with a workshop. It'll still send its cargo across the map though. So that even though, yes, we'll be more likely to find those locations the closer we are to them. I don't think it's worth, basically. We'll still, those towns would still send their caravans to the southern part of the map. We haven't seen any yet. I think we've basically probably seen every single town as far as just their caravans. So this might be another seed that has no workshop and no gatherer's hut. But hey, Mango, can you lay down, bud? Good boy. Kid had 4 baguettes in his back pocket. Mm-hmm. Oh. Nope. Do the supply caravans have tools for us? They probably will. And so we do want to fight them eventually. Those are just harder fights, basically. Once you get the scavenger, tools are irrelevant, TBH? I don't know about irrelevant. Irrelevant seems like a stretch. Ooh, lots of thugs and a raider. This is a great fight. Definitely chasing down this one. Hopefully this will be on regular ground. I guess even on swamp it's fine. Okay. Just farm a few orc and barbs and you'll be at 150 tools. I mean, if we can do them super efficiently, sure. I think tools will remain a problem this entire run, at least to some extent, at various points, kind of in some sort of oscillation. There are armors here that we definitely want. The things that are standing out to me most are, of course, the blotched gambesons and regular gambesons. So, Sergi needs spear bros and net bros. I mean, yeah, we're not going to be doing any spear bros in this run, so yeah, tools will stay a problem until you get the scavenger, and even then they'll always be a problem with forged armor. Exactly. Yeah, we need a lot of things. We need a lot of things. That is ultimately the conclusion. All right, so we're gonna do a line of shield walls, basically, as we kind of have been doing. We'll move Cottage Z1 up here, I think. The call to get nimble as a flex perk on Fat Newts is a good one. I think so. I think it will be. That was pretty nice. Not mad about that. I think I go here with Medieval Man, even though we won't get the adjacency. And I'm gonna lock up this thug. Hey, Azul Crescent, yeah, early stream. Very exciting. All right, shields doing as they do for us. Pretty nice. So what's the play with Lionheart? Maybe go here and shoot. What is the play here? Let's go here, shoot here. Okay. There's a lot of things we want to dagger down. Hey, Medieval Man, how goes the run today? It goes great. Lovely. This run's probably going to be very flail heavy, hermit crab style. Yeah. Yeah, we are going to make good use of flails. I didn't want this guy to flee though. Maybe I should have waited on that. Okay, I was gonna say if I can get that guy to fleeing, I can move Kaj Z1. No, because his injury. We're just gonna hope this hits him in the head. I think we did it. I think we did it. That's got to be a head hit for that to be a one shot. Wonderful. I don't like gambling, he said. This is not gambling. This is gaming. Now let's get more surround bonus here. It's going pretty well. Alright, so after this raider moves, we're gonna dagger him down too. We still kind of care about this armor and he's not that threatening. Great. Great. Sure, we have a proc 9. Bingo. Hell yeah. Dude, this is so good. This is so good! Hell yeah. So... Now, unfortunately, a couple of the blotched Gamisons did take a little damage there. But this is really, really good. This is really good. Yeah, I mean, that's indisputably excellent to get these armors. Probably this one at 64%, I don't even bother grabbing though. Yeah. I think I'm never gonna use the short bow again. Never gonna use a falchion. I don't think I'm ever going to use these Acton caps. I think we've got good helmets. Those are some well-armored thugs. Yeah, they really were. They really were. Some very well-armored thugs. So... Cool. So what are some things we want to unequip? This and this. 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 Some of these things I think I kind of don't even bother. Okay. And then we've got some peasants over here. We'll beat up on some peasants. Why not, you know? In this economy. Only 4 injuries, we doing good? Oh boy, I gotta update the injury counter. That last tick at daytime was huge. Just incredible. Yeah, the only really problematic injury right now is this injured kneecap on Kaj Z1. He just finally got over his split hand. And then his kneecap goes out. But you know what? He's happy. He's moisturized, thriving, in his lane. Kaj can't take a break? Kaj can't take a break. It's true. Unless that break was his leg. That's really good. Oh, that guy got me with a stick. Got him with a stick. You hate to see it. It's time to punch him down, you know? Run him down. Good. Got him. Show those peasants. Bunch of crowns there. Wonderful. Oh, I shouldn't have pressed that sort button. Oh well. Gold high roll, yeah. You love to see it. Ooh, okay. Nope. First Glansburg Company still roaming around. So we're gonna beat up this trading caravan and then continue north. And they're getting serious. They're getting serious indeed. Punching peasants to death, who would have thought this is how peak Battle Brothers gameplay would look like? Indeed. Peak Battle Brothers gameplay experience, punching down peasants for their pocket change. Let's not pretend we didn't all know that was what it was. Okay. And you know, I could put the bundle of javs here on Kaj Z1. Probably should. Let's do that. And realistically, I think I might... Yeah, keep the tanks less weighed down so they have more fatigue to shield wall. Oh, I just realized I screwed up. I should have equipped armors and stuff after that fight against the Briggies and didn't. Whoops. That's a mistake. And like, kind of a stupid one. Actually might swap these 2 armors on the Chaucer and Medieval Man. We've got lower hit points on Medieval Man. Feels safer to put him in the heavier armor. Typical broadcast Briggy, I know, right? The true villain. I do like broadcast Briggy as like a thing. It's very funny to me. Alright. Fight this caravan. Take him down. Alright, so we want that guy's armor. Nothing too complicated here. Don't even really need to move. Squad can stay exactly where they are. It has that mild derogatory tinge. Exactly. Exactly. It's just like a little bit offensive. And I like that. And I'm gonna save ammo. We're not gonna use any more than that. So Lionheart also. Not gonna use any more ammo. Shouldn't need it. So we're just gonna wait. Okay. Such a good audio cue. Okay, we'll go here on Medieval Man. I don't want to go here. It'll be harder to dagger this guy down. We want him nice and surroundable. Imagine the feeling when you come back to normal runs and be able to recruit, sell valuables, etc. I know, the game's gonna seem so easy. Alright, so if he's just gonna climb slowly forward, we will swap to our daggers and just back up. Daggers on everyone. Who has one? Alright, come at me, Caravan Guard. I dare ya. Close. We could probably surround him here now. Yeah, let's do it. First resolve check that succeeded. I hope he doesn't cause damage. That would be sad. Good. All right. Wonderful. So, yeah, dang. Took a bunch of damage. That's too bad. But we got 2 tools. Hey, in this economy, we'll take it. You want to go down, bud? Okay. I don't even think I bother grabbing that. 37 remaining durability. Honestly, I'm just gonna leave it behind. It's kind of whatever. Finally have full daggers on everyone who has daggers. Actually, I might rather just put a boar spear there. Oh, and it sounds like Mango wants to go outside. So I'm gonna let him out and then we will continue beating up on nerds for their lunch money. Be back in just a moment. All right, I am back. I will have to let the dogs back in just a moment, but... Ooh, Sierra Morgan, do you have a ball mouse? Like with a little tiny ball? I love ball mice. It was a different era. Is getting a scavenger for tools and ammo worth it? Yeah, eventually. First order of business is gonna be the cartographer when the time comes. It's the Lance Armstrong of mice. So what, pumped full steroids? I guess I didn't really unequip things. I put a flail here instead of the longsword. He had only one ball. Oh, yeah, because did he get testicular cancer? Is that what happened? I have a vague recollection of that being the case. Okay. Is ammo or tools the biggest issue? Definitely going to be tools. Ammo, we can conserve ammo by using, you know, weapons that don't use much. The throwing weapons use a ton. So we're going to try to be somewhat frugal with our ammo in that regard anyway. Okay. So let's continue this way. We don't want anything to do with that noble army. So we're gonna march very carefully since we know they're tailing us. I mean, I guess I could explore this way now. 100% more hats and now we're a real company. We're a real company. And we're really gonna keep beating up on trading caravans. We'll wait just a moment for it to become daytime. Perfect. Interesting little stretch of high ground here. Let's wait and see what we got. Okay. We'd like to dagger down this guy if we're able. This guy as well, secondarily. Okay, so we'll move forward just a smidge down here. Given the map speed we've gotten and the lack of tools, would Scavenger move up over Cartographer? Money hasn't been an issue. I mean, the way I see it is by getting Cartographer, we unlock the ability to get Scavenger more quickly. I don't think Scavenger will be a huge amount of tools. The amount of tools you get from Scavenger has always kind of underwhelmed me. I think it's a reasonable suggestion, and maybe I should do it, but I think I will still stick with Cartographer. Yeah, Cartographer gives us the freedom to explore the map, is maybe another way to view it. Cartographer doubles the amount? No, it'll be way less. The amount you get from Cartographer, or excuse me, not Cartographer, Scavenger is based on the durability of the armors that you destroy. And so against like armies like this, especially where we're trying to dagger down, it's like, I mean, we would get a piddly amount of tools for this. Just absolutely comically small. So like tools are always going to be an issue, like perpetually. I don't think it's fair to say that's not an issue. It's going to be something we struggle with and be an important part of this run the whole time. But it's not the only concern. All right, we're gonna try to beat up this nerd. Yeah, the issue right now is meds are probably a slightly bigger deal. I think that's fair to say. There we go. Sniped him. We are close to being able to do supply caravans regularly. That's true. That is true. Hello, Dr. Jones. Welcome, welcome. Good evening from Finland. You love to see it. Excellent. Stoop kid's afraid to leave his stoop. Not too surprising. Try to get some more surround. Hell yeah. Got him fleeing. So we want this armor. Best way to get it might actually be to move the Chaucer like all the way to here. Then have the squad on the bottom sort of fill in. We'll be subjecting him to some more hits. Damn. He hit both of those 19s. Yeah, I didn't exactly misevaluate, but just got unlucky with both those hitting. Still fine. So let's move Blastodissimo up here. And Kaj will just contribute to surround bonus. Well. Still gonna dagger this guy down, I guess? Yeah, we want his helmet. We want this guy's armor. Hey, sorry to ask, but how do you recruit without going into settlements? That's the neat part. You don't. You don't have to be sorry to ask. It's a good question. And the answer is, unfortunately, actually very simple. We just don't. You started with 12 characters? Yeah, Peasant Militia starts with 12. Okay, so we are going to dagger both of these two nerds down. Beat up on a donkey, but at this point the donkey XP is like comically low. So, it's okay. Alright, unfortunately they came with some damage, so that sucks. But... do I even still take them? It's borderline. But I think I do. I think I can leave the rest of this all behind though. 8 gold, peasants are better. Yeah, so caravans roll, I think 0 to 100, peasants roll 0 to 50. So yeah, peasants are on average still better than that. How sad. Yeah, the arming sword and the boar spear are definitely nice additions, for sure. For sure. So did anyone's armor get really damaged? Looks like no. Did I take any damage in that fight? Might not have. Okay, so any reason to replace this one? No. Have I heard of Slug Zoo? He's been off for 2 months. Yeah, I know Slug Zoo. I mean, I know him. Like I know who he is. We've chatted. I've rated him. He's hung around here, etc., etc. All right, so I think I will continue this way. These big footprints here, I don't love that, so I'm not gonna follow through this path through the forest. Do I go up this way? We're getting chased potentially still by a noble army this way. I don't really want to fight barbarians, but I will do a little bit of it, that's fine. Especially if we can find like a wimpy barb camp. Could maybe see what these footprints are. It is daytime. Oh. 7 mercs. Seven mercs is maybe a little spooky. Is that a good idea or no? Probably with its injured kneecap right now, I don't think I should. Is it 2 dogs? No. 7 straight up mercs. Is there any big disadvantages to taking a slow run like this? Like, do background events outpace your bros potentially? Is there any big disadvantage? I mean, yeah. It's definitely like, we are constantly butting up against just scraping by to survive. So yes. It's the party size where high-end mercenaries can be present. Yeah, and I think that even if they're all lower mercs, that's a little bit spooky. I don't think we have to feel, I don't feel obligated to fight this. So what I'm gonna do is run south. Now there is a noble army down there. So I'm a little bit spooked, but I'm gonna do it anyway. If we see the noble army, we're gonna turn around and fight this. Or start the fight so we can run away. So I'm gonna go let the dogs back in, and then we'll hopefully not be in a bad situation. I know, be back in just a second. All right, I am back. But think of the money. Yeah, I know, it's a lot of money. But it's not safe money. I mean, I guess I'm in a position where I could bypass them. But then we'd be trapped up here, maybe. Don't know where that noble army was intending to go, or maybe just chasing me and then retreated, so. Yeah, so we'll just head back down here to our favorite little intersection. Supply Caravan. We're getting so close to doing these safely. And the supply caravans could be a huge boost to tools or medical supplies. This is a pretty small group. It's a pretty small group. And I actually kind of like that there are a few billmen, because the billmen have weapons that we want really bad. Wait for the healing tick. Good call, the Chaucer. Waiting for the healing tick is a good idea. 2 billmen, 4 footmen, 1 donkey. Yep, that is the guaranteed composition. So we know there's one, exactly one, you can sort of math this, right? We know there's exactly 1 caravan cart, so there's 6 remaining. The minimum number for that is 4. And so we know a few must be 2. So yeah, you can logic your way to the exact composition. Yeah, 2 billmen is not that dangerous with 9 lives, exactly. It's more just like potential costs. So yeah, we're gonna wait for the healing tick. We're gonna hope the mercs aren't nearby. It's so close. I think I'm gonna do it before the healing tick. It's like right around the corner, but I want to keep running from the mercs. Right? Yeah, and I don't want to fight both of the caravans at once, so I can't retreat to the other side. So we're gonna swap to heater shields. Kite shields don't do anything for us. Kind of thinking of going straight to the flails instead of the morning stars. At the very least, we're gonna put them here, like so. Flails against footmen is a trap. Honestly, so is the morning star. They're likely to have very good hats. I mean, sure, but we're not going for the head hit. It's not like we have flail mastery or anything like that on anyone. Given that Squigs has backstabber though, let's get him a morning star. Sketchy, very sketchy. A little bit, a little bit. All right, not too bad. I don't mind seeing what I'm seeing right now for the footman. Okay, let's wait and see what the billhooks do, the billmen. Sometimes I have found that this particular army composition, in the first round, the billmen will sometimes literally do nothing, like they'll stay near the donkey, which is so crazy to me. But anyway, we're happy that they do that. They're not doing it this time though. Maybe go back for high ground behind. Yeah, I like this high ground here. They're not gonna run into it, they'll avoid it, but we like it for getting our ranged units up there. So. And we don't want to contest this high ground, so yeah, I am gonna back up. So. Yeah, must cover ass. That's right, can't have indecent exposure. Nilemples, I'm doing well. Hope you're doing well as well. Hope you're doing well as well. Man, English is weird. So we're gonna back Kaj up. Thinking about just to here. I think that's sufficient. And then I can throw. Love to see it. Still a sniper. Mango just plopped down. No Mango blanket time this time, really, Mango? Yeah, no, he plopped down beneath my legs. He's under my chair right now, which I kind of hate because I've got one of those like rolly chairs, and I'm so scared of rolling over his little tail. So I have to remain like motionless. Is Susie on the chair behind you? Yeah, she is. She is. It's like Mango always wants to be there, but I wish he wouldn't. So I am thinking about ammo conservation here a little bit. And I'm glad I did. Yeah, aim shot is going to do more damage than the jabs without throwing mastery or duelist or anything like that. Mango has no idea how much danger he's in. Some call him stupid, but that's not true. He's just too innocent for this world. Dude, that is the perfect description of little Mango. We still don't know where that other billman is. Generally speaking, the billman will always wait for the footman to move first. Okay, I wasn't sure if that guy would attack or shield wall. So I shield walled. Shield walled? Shield wall? I don't know, I did a thing. Sweet, we want that. Let's let the rest of the footmen go first. Yeah, I think so. And I think I might just throw both jabs here. Too juicy. Okay, that's pretty good. That makes this hex awesome. We're gonna do a regular attack here. Build up fast adaptation stacks, really. It's a heavily armored billman, it really is. Nice. I don't really want this guy to occupy that hex. Maybe it's not so bad. Oh. That was a really aggressive move by that billman. Genuinely, truly didn't expect him to go all the way up there. This footman still gets a turn too. Okay. So our only good throwing target is here. I actually think 2 quick shots on this back billman is going to be the best move. Okay. So the Chaucer and Choppy Cat are both going to be occupying these 2 hexes. This billman will be able to attack next turn. So I'm not sure. I think this hex is more dangerous, so we're going to put the Chaucer there. And we'll move here and try to get a rally for Blastardissimo and for Kaj Z1. Okay. And then absolutely shield walling there. We get 1 attack with Fighting Spear. So tempted to maybe try another. I'm not too worried about Medieval Man right now, so I think actually the attack here is better. Excellent. Loosens the pressure on the Chaucer a little bit. So then we'll attack this Footmoon. And we'll get Squigs here. Go for a stun. Damn. Please, Billhook, be gentle. Yeah. Ooh, got the head hit there. Go for stuns here again. Got it. Maybe spend the rest of our turn moving up to this high ground for next round. Then we let, yeah, sure. He decided not to attack Choppy Cat? Okay. So let's go for the aim shot on the billman. Hell yeah. Definitely shield walling here. Move Medieval Man up here. We'll probably attack this billman, but we're gonna let Don't Dig Me attack him first. Master Maticus, thank you for the Prime sub. 6 months. Very much appreciated. Glad to see your shining face. Well, I guess I don't see the face, but you know what I mean. Okay. Move Kaj Z1 up here. Could push. Do the shield push to break up the shield wall and then move Medieval Man into the gap. A little bit spooky, since billmen do have Backstabber. Looks like today's been going pretty well so far. Yes, pretty well so far. Breaking up the shield wall adjacency bonus a little bit feels like a good idea. Yeah, and the resolve checks. Excellent. All right, got that guy fleeing. So this billman doesn't actually really have any good targets. Not really, anyway. So we're gonna have to let him attack. His best target right now is Bagameister. So we'll just back up. Perfect. Dagger party time? Yeah, soon. We do want these armors. Alright, that stun is huge. We'll get Chilean Raider as part of our daggering on top. We're gonna go for another stun, but we're gonna let more surround happen first. Probably just regular attacks on this Billman. I think the Billman needs to die the old-fashioned way first. Then we can dagger down the other two scrubs. Billhook will be huge if dropped, yeah, definitely. A very welcome addition. Really want them to stop hitting this guy in the head, because I want to be able to move Kaj Z1 up to that hex. There we go. Can put him here. I think that should be fine. Hey, excellent. Squigs86, hello, hello. Yeah, things are still going well. Wonderful. The fight went really well. Huge fight. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, he has a broken knee, that's right. I did forget that, that's true. Kaj Z1 does have the broken knee. Look, very little damage taken. 37 total? No, okay, 37 plus 36. Right, that's incredible. This is insane. Pole hammer is also a great weapon. It really is. Pole hammer's great. The bill hook, excelente. We got the full forged hat. Yeah, the kettle hat with mail here is incredible. So they were hauling ammo. I mean, I'm happy to have ammo. Yeah, Arrow Workshed to the south, yep. It would be nice if this would have been tools or medical supplies, but hey, that's pretty crazy. Only 45 durability bill hook, yeah. Insane. We're just gonna grab... Oh. We got some things we gotta leave behind. Am I ever gonna use the wooden shields now? I guess not. We're not gonna need that many kite shields. Holding on to the loot as a memento of what we were. Honestly, yes. That is exactly a thing that we are doing. I kind of want to keep the loot the whole time. The loot feels like the company mascot in some sort of strange way. I can't get rid of the loot. Okay, I think that's fine. Kill the Conqueror with the loot as a flex. Yeah, someone said that earlier, and I and I'm gonna be honest, I kind of love it. I kind of love it. Anything less than 40% should be bounced. Yeah, we're gonna need to jettison many things. Now, unfortunately, literally 0 tools, which sucks. Playing music during the downtime can't be a bad thing for morale. Yeah, exactly. Why do you think everyone's euphoric? They're euphoric because they got good music. All right, I'm actually gonna swap out the fighting spear and maybe not even keep it. It's sad, but it's our life right now. Okay, so let's put a pole hammer here, and then Squigs will get one of these pikes. Let's toss the long axe here, bill hook here, pike and pike. Huge upgrades for the reach weapons, absolutely massive. Is the time of the pitchfork finally over? Just about. Looks like it finally is, yeah. The pitchfork era is behind us. We're in our bill hook phase. All right, we're gonna pop this kettle hat with mail onto Medieval Man. And the other one on the Chaucer. Actually, no. Let's put the higher durability helmet on. What retinue do we have? None. No longer peasants, we've totally forgotten ourselves. No. That's why we keep the loot. That's why we keep the loot. We will never forget where we came from. We still have the Warfork, yeah. Yep, one of our starting weapons is still there. Still in use, still serving us well. Yeah, cartographer waiting room. Yeah. Let's see, I'm trying to think if there's any other adjustments to make here. I think that's pretty good. Pretty good as is. We're almost to enough renown. It's our only fork as well, very in demand at mealtime. I know, company captain looted the spoons and then dropped them on the ground and said, "You'll eat with your hands." Kind of rude. So we have plenty of ammo now. So that's a thing. Kind of nice. Does this loot change your thoughts about fighting mercs? No, I think same conclusion. It feels just as dangerous. You will eat the strange meat bare-handed. With the hand of a bear. All right, so we're just gonna gather the crew. And shield wall. Look at these fools advancing on us. Can't they see the bill hook? I know, don't they know how dangerous those are? super dangerous. Many mercenary companies have lost their lives to bill hooks, such as these. In fact, actually it's funny that every attack was lethal except the bill hook. Game is rigged. This poor Caravan hand. You would think he'd just like, you know, decide maybe this is not worth it. Run him down. Yeah, it's a very deadly backline. Very deadly. It was gonna be his hero moment. All right, 0 damage taken, you love to see it. Nian dies. In a normal game, this would be like such a profitable cart. But for us, it's very little. You can leave behind some of this food that's about to go bad. Still no tools, so I guess probably just continue heading south. Feels like that's gonna be the play. Goblin Raiders. Why remove the food before it goes bad? I mean, honestly, it's just to save the little bit of inventory space for swapping. It just doesn't, there's just no consequence. Probably won't matter that I did it even. Could follow these big heavy footsteps if it's another supply caravan with low supplies. We could do it. So let's look. Actually, we've discovered stuff over here. So, you know, the supply caravans, depending on where it originates from, like there is a workshop down here, right? So if there are more supply caravans, it could have tools. We can follow these big footsteps. Workshop attached to a castle? Yeah, but if that's where the supply caravan originated from, then it could have something good for us. But they'll never send out like a regular unarmored caravan. In fact, it was maybe the one that we killed was from Farnvocht because of the Arrowmaker's Shed. Yeah, all right. I'm not even gonna get that close to there. I don't want to get too close to any military related settlement. It just doesn't feel like the right thing to do. All right, some fresh footprints this way though. Whoop. First Dolman Company. Nope. Flashbacks to the last time we followed heavy footsteps at night. Didn't have a good outcome, did it? The dull men, so persistent, I know. What's our injury situation? Ooh, down to 2! And all of them are on Kaj 1. Only 20 gold from the cartographer? Yeah, we're getting close. We are getting close. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh! Look, this is the exact same as the fight we did a moment ago. And the other one, I mean, this, we don't know for sure where it was from, but we know it gave us ammo, so stands to reason it probably came from here. Reasonably likely it could have. Whereas this one, it's port of origin, so to speak. It's not a port, but whatever. Might be here. So, feet men are back on the menu. Supply caravans are their own separate thing. I mean, yeah, but they still have the. No, it does blow Uxor. Look at the code again. It certainly does. They get supplied by what's at the settlement when they leave, unless I missed something. The send caravan script or whatever. It's two different scripts, obviously, for two different types of unit, but yeah, no, it definitely has what the resources from the starting location. The previous fight was from another house or different location. Oh, was it really? Oh. I didn't realize that it was a different house, but I suppose looking at the flag, yeah, you're right, it was definitely a different house. Good call. Looking at the like insignia of the stuff we looted. Good call. Good call. Yeah, let's actually swap these two weapons. I don't think there's any other changes I want to make. What's the party description on this supply caravan? A caravan with armed escorts transporting provisions, supplies, and equipment between settlements. Let's do this. Very similar, like, I mean, I guess all footmen are similar, but similar to the last fight as far as their gear. Only one, like, good helmet here. There's some high ground we can kind of occupy. We'll keep that in mind for when they approach. That only spawns with send supplies action. And does send supplies not have the stuff from it? Maybe I'd have to look again. Okay. So I think the play is going to be... Some wacky party that rolls 1 to 3 for either tools, herbs, or ammo, which is super convenient. Yeah, so I saw that. However, I think it is also still populated by what's in the... There's a... I mean, I'm not going to open up the code right now, but there's another line in that script, if it's the one I'm thinking of, that does fill it with the resources that are from the origin. Ooh, all right. I wonder if one of the billmen did their classic do nothing. How's the run going? Molly my goat, it's going well. So buildings would be a bonus on top of the base roll? I believe so. All right, we're gonna run Kaj Z1 all the way back here. If we take all the equipment from one noble house, can we blend in and have them not attack us? That would be a cool mechanic if it existed. It might have local cargo too, but the important part is that it always has tool, ammo, or tools or herbs. Yes. That's true. I'm not sure how far I want to retreat on the bottom though. Yeah, I guess I'll run all the way to there. Okay. Probably should open with quick shots here before they do their shield wall. Actually, is that true? Maybe I wait. Yeah, let's wait on the ranged units to attack the billmen as they approach. We'll find enough shield kits to paint our own crest one day, right? Yeah, eventually. Camp Loot will give us paint kits. I wonder if I go for the stun here now. Just so he drops the shield wall. Ooh, that is one poorly armored billman. Didn't get the stun. Do I put Medieval Man here? I think I do. Yeah, they gave their squire a pike. Right, exactly. Hell yeah. Got him right in the hand. That's gotta hurt. Squigs, he has Backstabber, so when we get one of these big surrounds, he can do work. Seabreeze, thank you for the sub. Appreciate that. Bullshit rigged RNG game. All right, so the threat here is right here in the attack on Rufin, and it's not that much of a threat. That's the only risky part of the battlefield at the moment. It became more risky just literally seconds ago. So I think I probably will go for the push. Could try to hook him in. Could also just step forward and attack this billman. That's probably the play. Excellent. Just shield wall right there. He almost send Choppy Cat here. I think that's fine. Any suggestions for fighting Hex? Yeah, a few things. One, shields are your friend. You can use shields to push your charmed allies, things like that, etc. Yeah. Two, wooden sticks or any one-handed mace is an incredibly valuable tool because you can stun your allies if they get charged. Three. Bows and crossbows, actually useful. Shooting the Hex is a great solution, and being able to hit them from range is a big deal. And 4, if you haven't already converted yourself to the Church of 9 Lives, Hexen might convince you to do so, because 9 Lives lets you kill the Hex through their Hex ability. Lionheart 89, what an attack. And good luck. May RNGesus be ever in your favor. Yeah, that was a hell of a shot. Hit him right in the morale center. I do want to put someone in melee range with him because I don't want him to be able to rally. I might go for the dagger attack here, because this footman I actually like care about what he can do on this turn. Okay, I'm actually okay with him doing the stun. You learning so much today? Good. Good. Yeah, the like self-rally ability of a unit only happens when there are no enemies to them adjacent to them. So he will never rally. Why focus the units that's already running if he's technically taken care of? Just so he can't, yeah, I mean, for exactly the reason I just described. I don't want him to rally, to rejoin the fight. And I want him to die here, so I'm gonna move the Chaucer for extra assurance of that. Perfect. And now, honestly, Kind of thinking it's staggers out time. We've got good surrounds, we got good weapons for it. Their morale is already starting to falter. We might take a little bit of damage from this, but I think it's worth doing. Well, don't make me look dumb, Footman. Suddenly, they have Iron Resolve. What company start is this? Peasant Militia. Wow. I'm tempted to go here for the surround. They are exhausted. There we go. There we go. Excellent. Why no one's invented the flail dagger yet? Oh man. That would be strong, that's for sure. Injured kneecap. Strikes again. Pickaxe on a long stick. Sounds pretty good. That was another excellent fight. And now here's the real... Okay, we got medical supplies. That's good. That's good. We like that we got medical supplies. It's very good. I was hoping for tools, but honestly can't complain. That's a pretty great result. That's a pretty great result. That's an excellent result. It's a fantastic result. Wine is good for the morale. Wine's good for the morale. We got the pike and the billhook. Absolutely. These are. This is fantastic. All right, we can get rid of our. We can get rid of a lot of things here and replace them with better things. Our billhook days behind us. Now this campaign's really going to take off with these supply caravans unlocked? I think so. I think so. I guess we want both of these kite shields maybe, or heater shields. Probably don't need any more kite shields. Cool. Excellent. Hubris is the silent killer. Yes, we should not get arrogant. We should not get cocky. We should not get, you know, I don't know, insert word here. But that's so true. Cannot let hubris get the better of us. So first things first, we're going to take a moment to re-equip armors and weapons and things, and then we'll kind of unequip stuff we don't have any tools, so. 30 meds, we can get injured for now. Yeah. Overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. Absolutely. I wish there was a way to sort these by their durability. It's kind of hard to know, like at a glance, what percent times what base number is the highest. We'll make this work, but some very obscure reference. What reference did I make? I don't even remember. Still no tools, still no tools, still no tools. Still no tools. All right, now let's look at helmets. I guess we'll leave this one. No, we'll put the heavier one here. That DG line. DG. What is DG? What do you find most impressive is that having a squad like this on day 24 is still pretty on pace with a normal run. Yeah, it really is. Darkest Dungeon. Oh. Is that a Darkest Dungeon line? I think I just picked it up from chat. I think you guys say that, and I've picked up on it. I've never played Darkest Dungeon. I've heard it's great. Oh, I'm sure I would like it. I have no doubt. I have no doubt. No doubt at all. Mango just sat up. The narrator is epic. Nice. Music is fantastic. Ooh. See, now Jupiter 1, that's one way to get me to play a game. Tell me it has good music, I'm down. Especially if the music like sets the tone well. Love that. Absolutely love that. Do you need up here, Mango? Okay, hop on up. Hold on, I gotta grab a blanket for Mango to sit down on in my lap. 1 second. Oh, the boy likes to sit on my lap on a blanket so that he can, I don't know, feel warm and comfortable. Because that's how he likes to live his life. Maybe a break between runs and try Darkest Dungeon. Yeah, I might give it a shot. All right, we're losing a lot of durability on this crossbow. I should start using the bundle of jabs more. Living the lapdog life. Yeah, he's a good guy. Yeah, you're a good boy. Speaking of music, you listened to the Bison Haven thing, it was great. Hey, thank you. Yeah, it was that one was overdue. I actually had thought about doing that for a really long time. Okay, the pole hammer and the long axe are going to be our best damage weapons. Oh man, am I even leaving a pike on the table? This is crazy. That's crazy. Chatter BDW. You weren't supposed to say that. It was in our terms of service. Okay. Yeah, in the warbow's pocket. That's what I was thinking. Putting the pike either here or here. I think in the warbow's pocket makes the most sense. Eventually we'll get some big chunk and two-handed weapons that we can kind of get some proper dodge quick hands kind of things set up. That'll be a big help when fighting some of the more durable enemies that will eventually be fighting with greater frequency. How's the run going? It's going well. We've definitely had some lessons learned. Definitely had some lessons learned from past attempts. All right, I think that's all the re-equipping I want to do. We're basically set up well. Yeah, don't follow big footsteps into the forest. Turns out. Who could have known this? Getting very close to the amount of renown we would need for the cartographer. So. One second, just gotta respond to a text message. Let's see, learning from the past? Yeah, learning from the past. It's incredible. The power to learn. Adapt, improvise. You love to do it. What are the enemy groups we'll be avoiding? There's probably no reason to fight direwolves or snakes. Yeah, yep, no reason to fight snakes. Definitely no reason to fight snakes. Direwolves, yeah, no reason. Hyenas, no reason. In fact, most beasts, there's very few reason to fight any kind of beast. So, yeah. Orcs and goblins we will fight, but to a lesser frequency than a normal run. That's all I can really think of. Yeah, we will need unholds for the Kraken. Yep. Very nice. Good shot, Lionheart. But we fight Ifrits for sure? For sure. Fight Lindworms for bragging rights? Probably will. This whole run is bragging rights? Yeah, actually that's true. There's no reason to subject yourself to this unless you're a true sadist. Luckily, here I am. Masochist. Masochist, not sadist. Different word, different definition, different meaning. Not sadist, masochist. Alright, I'm gonna save on durability and use the throwing weapons. I guess I don't have to be too crazy about ammo, but, or like too loose with it, but definitely not sadist, yeah. It's one of those words that I screw up all the time. Does Thoji derive pleasure from all those peasants? Well, yeah. I don't know why they're being so passive. Whatever. If they want to just hang out and let me beat the crap out of them, I guess that's what we'll do. Ooh. Okay. Oh, you jerk. We're trying to get some armor here. There we go. Okay. So we did get the armor, that's good. And more medical supplies. Sweet. Very nice. The team is happy. Very, very happy. I suppose this male hauberk is fallen in durability, far enough, that we're gonna leave it behind. Look at all this bread. Man, put some dried fruits, maybe like simmer some mushrooms in some wine, toss it on a piece of bread, slather it with just a little bit of goat cheese. Sounds good to me. All right. And that is, unfortunately, where I'm gonna have to call it. I was receiving text messages where, you know, you got family in town and they ask to grab a late lunch. You gotta oblige. I am pretty hungry, so. I'll send you guys over to one of my personal favorite streamers that I have never rated before because, well, he's always streaming like during the day when I'm like watching streams and not when I'm playing myself. So, this was a good company progress for sure. Wherever you are in the world, make it a good one. Ta-ta.